You're gonna have to cut some of the start of this off. Not that that's different than normal.
Hey, you're live. I see you.
You see me?
Yeah.
All right, then you know it was working. Is there any feedback in the room? It appears like there's not any feedback in the room.
Yes.
Mary.
Okay. We are going to call to order the June 18th board meeting. I will start with the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is 6:09 and we will start with attendance. Miriam here, Mark is absent, Christine absent, Dr. Reyes here, Daniel absent, Judy here, Mr. Ham.
Here.
Adele is running late, but she will be here, so, but currently absent. Calvin?
Here.
Miss Miller? Here. Langston and Sophia are gone. Okay, we have one public comment, Mr.
Is your one?
I'm sorry?
Is your one?
Yeah, they make for him.
Yes.
Oh.
You might wonder why I'm here. I'm wondering too. The first time I came here this year, I dealt with finances because as I've said before, I want you to stay here as long as you can, because I'm, as a community member of the Hill, I don't want a 12-story developer taking the site over. So I was interested in the finances. I came here because this is usually when you get the year end. And I see that you're running a projected deficit. As a retired school attorney for over 20 years, I was the law firm's expert on teacher layoffs. And I provided workshops for school districts throughout the county. One of the things I always started off with is how can you avoid the layoff? In other words, how do you reduce the deficits? There's lots of ways to do it. But obviously, one of the things that the schools were overlooking was the revenue side, and that deals with attendance. If you can increase attendance, you get more ADA funding, but there's also, especially with a charter school, I would think there's a subsidiary impact. You get more people that can contribute to your foundation. So I hope that you can get more students here. And let me speak as a parent. I was a parent of several kids down in Fremont. Fremont was somewhat analogous to this because it was a very small school. There were actually 4 families of school law attorneys that sent their kids to Fremont at the same time. I felt sorry for the principal. But one of them, I can't speak to the others, but I think one of the main reasons was the continuity of the staff. If the staff was there, they liked it. They were successful. There were continuities of programs. So one of the things you should be looking for, I would hope, and advertise that to get parents and students here, is the continuity of staff. And I guess today on social media, it was announced that almost all your teachers are here, are gonna stay. That's a good sign. That tells parents that it's working, that there's not discontent, that there's not turmoil. And with that, my 3 minutes are probably up and I'm gonna go home and eat dinner.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, and good luck to you all. Hopefully I won't be back next year very much.
Okay. Board member comments, correspondence. Mr. Ham?
I have correspondence that I'd like to share
Okay,
from Enrique and Mason. Dear members of the board, teachers and staff, after much thought and with heavy hearts, we are writing to inform you that our family will not be returning to Old Town Academy next academic year. Let us be absolutely clear. This decision has nothing to do with the school's administration or its remarkable educators. The teachers at OTA have been the heart and soul of our children's learning experience this year. Our twins adore their kindergarten teacher, Ms. Wheeler, and we're so excited about their next chapter in first grade with Ms. Vicente. It truly pains us to disrupt their stability, especially when this environment has brought them so much joy and connection. However, we can no longer ignore the broader issues that are deeply affecting this school, namely the lack of leadership, accountability, and direction from the OTA school board. What we have witnessed over the past year has been alarming. Disorganization and absence of governance and unacceptable behavior that no school community deserves. Rather than creating a culture of unity and support, there's a specific group of parents, many of whom are members of the school board, that have driven an environment where toxicity, disrespect, and personal agendas thrive, often at the expense of the administration, teachers, and ultimately our children. It is disheartening to see a school board so disconnected from its responsibility to lead, support, and protect the integrity of the school. Many of the parents on this board are at the root of what's driving families away, creating division, promoting toxicity, and disregarding the well-being of the educators and staff who are here for our children. Most importantly, all of this is hurting our kids' educational experience. The board has failed to stand behind the very educators who make OTA exceptional and continues to tolerate toxic parents who use public platforms to disrespect teachers, fellow parents, and even students. Unacceptable. The OTA staff is withholding their contract renewals to show support for the principal, and yet the board continues to delay action. That alone says everything. It's remarkable that the staff stands behind their leader, and unacceptable if the board chooses to ignore them. This group of parents has pushed a false and damaging narrative about the principal, completely ignoring the reality that the staff is standing behind him. They are clouded by personal agendas and do not have the best interests of the school at the forefront. The kind of loyalty for the principal that is portrayed from teachers and staff speaks volumes. Yet the board continues to drive their own personal agendas and is failing the community. The dysfunction within the OTA Parent Foundation is yet another example of the dysfunction. The board was at the root cause of the demise of the foundation council, and they were made aware many times of the many issues encountered and still chose not to step in, showing once again a lack of focus on what really matters. It's devastating to witness what a small group of parents is doing to Old Town Academy and its culture. Families are pulling away. They are not active in the school community. They are not volunteering. They are not donating. They are not fundraising. Not because of the teachers or staff, but because of the toxic environment and the harmful narrative that this group continues to spread. And to compound it all, there seems to be little to no attention paid to the deteriorating state of the school's facilities. That is, no real gym, no suitable playgrounds, no library, etc. Further proof that the board's focus is definitely in the wrong place. What we hoped would be a vibrant, inclusive school community was instead a fractured one, driven by dysfunction and a board that lacks the experience and willingness to lead with clarity, respect, or responsibilities. This is not the school we hoped it would be. And while we are heartbroken to walk away from the incredible educators who continue to show up for our children every day, we must prioritize what is best for our family. We are deeply grateful to the OTA teachers, Ms. Wheeler, Ms. Vicente, Ms. Berger, Ms. Miller, to name a few. Mr. Phillips and the entire staff who continue to pour their hearts into educating and supporting our children. They are what made OTA feel like home. And for that, we will always be thankful. There needs to be a new board leadership and new council leadership put in place immediately if OTA intends to get out of this terrible time where toxicity and personal agendas are superseding what really matters, what is providing children an exceptional educational experience. To the teachers and staff, thank you. To the board, we urge you to pause and reflect on why you chose to serve in this volunteer role. Leadership is not about personal agendas. It's about stewardship, humility, and service to the greatest good. OTA deserves a board that leads with vision, not ego, with courage, not convenience. We hope you will take the time to educate yourselves on what effective governance truly means, and commit to rebuilding an institution rooted in respect, accountability, and community. The children attending OTA and the community that supports them deserve better. Sincerely, Enrique Padilla and Nation Schultz. I
Great,
just wanted to make sure that the OTA parents are aware of that.
perfect, thank you. Any other board member comments, correspondence? Nope. All right, moving on to reports and presentations. Student reports, we don't have one this month, but we will be having our new student board reps next month. We'll hop over to Janina for the financial report.
Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Oh, no.
I
Hello,
was,
Janina.
hi. Oh, can you guys hear me okay?
Are we broadcasting?
According to Connor, we are, because we
Okay,
tested
we
it
did.
earlier. Yeah. Not sure why she doesn't have sound though. Janina, you're not muted, are you, by any chance?
No.
Okay. I tested all this and done.
We are live though.
Yeah, we're on.
Are we live? Is anybody confirmed that?
We are live. Yeah.
Okay, good.
All right, Janina, talk real quick.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, man.
And the live stream can hear us too.
Usually come out of that speaker down. I don't think so. It usually comes. It either comes from that thing or the owl, but it comes from the center point. All right, Janina, talk now.
Can you guys hear me okay?
All right, now we're good. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. I was thinking it was my computer, so I'm glad that we got it situated. Well, good evening, everyone. Hello. On the agenda for this evening, I was going to be presenting the preliminary budget, and I do have that available for presentation, but I did not see it listed on the agenda. What I had in addition to the preliminary budget were the May financials, but Melody emailed me prior to the meeting saying that we wouldn't be moving forward with the May financials because I supplied them to her on Monday and it wasn't enough time. So I'm not sure how the board wants to proceed because I do have the preliminary budget for presentation. It's just not listed on the agenda.
I would say present it, but that's up to you guys.
Yeah, let's present it.
Okay,
And do we have the other two things that are listed on the agenda too?
the
Board report and the draft.
The
Um,
everything that is with May financials is going to be the check register, the financial board report, and the trial balance. Those items I do have. However, because of Brown Act, I am unable to present them because of the 72-hour time frame.
Okay.
so there,
Where
So-
are the check registers?
so that's what I'm gonna say. So Melody texted me like earlier when Bob was reading his statement. She said that for whatever reason, the May check registry and other docs, she didn't print on accident, so she was running up to print them to bring them down.
Oh, okay.
So I think they came in the packet, unless they didn't get there early enough, which may be what Janine's talking about.
If we need those to approve them.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and table May financials then for the next board meeting, and I'll just move forward with the preliminary budget, EPA and WANA.
Devin, the ones that aren't gonna be presented today, is that something that we need to provide the district?
I think so. That's why she was running to get them to make sure.
But Janina's saying that
Didn't
Janina,
get them to her on Monday, is that
what can you not present on?
I have the documents available and I'm able to present on them. I was just told that
You can vote on.
that I
No,
shouldn't be presenting May financials this evening. And I thought it was because of Brown Act.
And who told you that? That's from,
Melody had said that we would not be moving forward with the May financials. Oh, I just looked at an email right now at 6:15 and she says, sorry, we will go over these.
Cause it does say May financial board.
yeah, I thought they were done.
They're properly agenda.
Yeah, she's running to print them because I think they just didn't get printed for whatever reason. So you can go ahead and present them.
Okay, sorry, I closed my email when I'm presenting and I opened it up and I saw the new email. Give me 1 second while I pull up those other documents.
I was lost by one.
All right, thank you for your patience. I'm opening it right now. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start with the May financials, the monthly financial board report. So this report,
Can we maybe start with something that we do have? In that way we can follow along.
Yeah, I would start with the budget because everybody has that one.
yeah, sure.
Sorry, Janina.
No, that's okay. Whatever is easiest for you guys just let me know. So I'll start with the preliminary budget. Here we go. All right, so here we are looking at the preliminary budget for this upcoming year, 25-26. So on this summary page, we have the prior year estimated actuals for this fiscal year of how we are projecting that we are going to end this year. And then to the right of that, we have the current year, which is the upcoming year of the 25-26 budget. And then I have the variance column. So I'm going to go through the variance column so that we can understand the difference of the 24-25 fiscal year and the 25-26 fiscal year. So we are increasing enrollment by 28 students, and that in turn increases the average daily attendance by 26.7. So we are looking at total revenue decreasing by $93,427 for next year in comparison to FY 24-25. And then we have total expenses also decreasing by $486,300 $14. So we are currently looking at a projected deficit for the 24-25 fiscal year of $741,596. And then we are looking at a deficit in this upcoming year of $348,709. I'm going to go ahead and scroll on down so that we can look at each of these line items individually. So for the first bucket, we've got the LCFF dollars. And this is increasing by $465,481. And this is mainly due to the increase in enrollment and ADA that I mentioned on that summary page. Moving on down, the next bucket of funding is your federal revenue, and this is decreasing by $6,744. And so the main reason that this is decreasing here is due to the special education mental health. We just received the award notification for the 24-25 fiscal year. And we have not yet received the award notification for the 25-26 fiscal year. I'm assuming it's probably going to come in same time frame, but next year. So probably April timeframe next year. So at this time, until we have an award notification, I have not included those funds on the budget. Moving on down to other state revenue, you will see that this is decreasing by $316,111. This is mainly coming from the all other state revenues right here. And that amount is actually comprised of all of these one-time funds. So you will see that we have some funds in which we will not have next year, such as ELOP we will have, but not as much as we had this last year, because this last year we had 2 rounds of funding because they allow you 3 years to spend. So we are only going to be budgeting for 1 round. Then we will not have KIT funds. Those are your kitchen infrastructure funds. We will also not have the educator effectiveness funds, which is part of professional development. We will not have arts and music grant funds. We will not have learning recovery funds. And then Prop 28, you will see that this is a fund, same thing as ELOP. So you will see that we had 2 rounds of Prop 28 in the 24-25 fiscal year. And then 25-26, we have only 1 round. And then that is how we are decreasing in all other state revenue, is because we have less of those one-time funds in the state revenue. All right, so now we are looking at the local revenue. This here is decreasing by $236,053. And the majority of this is coming from the $260,000 grant that had come in the 24-25 fiscal year. We don't have that grant coming in next year. Now we will be looking at the expenses. So you'll see that for the first bucket, we have certificated employees. This is decreasing by $135,840. The next bucket is classified employees. This is decreasing by $15,929. And then to accompany those changes in the salaries, we also have benefits decreasing by $91,584. The next bucket of expenses is the 4,000s for books and supplies. You will see that we have this account decreasing by $27,190. And so we've got some ins and outs here, but the majority of that is coming from software and software licensing for $35,000. And then lastly, the 5,000 series, this is for services and other operating expenditures. This one we are decreasing by $215,770. And so just to name off a couple of the large variances here that make up that difference, you'll see that we have travel and conferences as well as training and development expense decreasing. As I mentioned, we won't be receiving the educator effectiveness funds next year, so we were able to decrease those line items that were increased due to having those additional funds. Then next we have building maintenance, which we were able to decrease for next year. We have professional consulting services and other operating expenditures, which is also being decreased. Student transportation and advertising and recruiting, and also field trips. So those are just a couple of the large ones that make up that 215,000. So with that,
I'm
Oh,
sorry to interrupt, but what about field trips? So you're saying field trips is being decreased, or
We talked about this.
you said it was a possibility, but we never got details on it.
I said that's something we're gonna run through the foundation. That's the way we've got to run field trips.
Hasn't the foundation always provided funds for field trips?
Some of it, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
that's okay. All right. So that brings me back up to the summary page here. So just as a general overview, going through the revenues again, is that we're decreasing in revenues by 93,000. Majority of this is coming from the $260,000 grant, as well as the one-time state revenue funds that we will not be receiving next year. And it's being offset by some of that state LCFF revenue from the new enrollment. And then the other items for the total expenses, we have total personnel decreasing by 243,000. And then we also have the other expenses in the 4,000s, 5,000s decreasing by 242,000. So that is what brings us to that net deficit for next year's projection of $348,709. Is there any questions that I can answer for the board on the next year's budget?
Is the district oversight, I think it's 5875 colored, just, there's an increase? A 10? Color?
I think she's gonna tell you when she finds it that they pay the whole portion of our LCFF that always goes to them. And so that's what that is.
That increase from 19 to 24,000.
Yes, so if it's the district oversight, which is the 5875, this
Yeah.
is actually 1% of your LCFF funding. So as your LCFF funding increases, that amount will also increase for the district oversight.
Thank you.
And then also, what is in 5,800? That's a big drop.
Yes, so 5,800, that is going to be majority of OTA's sped services.
Okay.
I can explain that one too. If there's questions about it.
Yeah, so is that a professional consulting service and operating expenditure different than 5810 educational consultant
What are the numbers? 5810 and what?
and 5800?
Oh, yeah, what is 5810?
So it is this one and this one. So education, oh, sorry, go ahead, Devin.
You go ahead, Janina. This is your game.
Yes, so basically the 5,800 and 5,810, they sometimes do get used interchangeably. But I believe that the reason that we had decreased the 5,800 specifically, Devin, was, and maybe you can refresh my memory on this, it was due to the there's special needs students that you have that may not be returning next year, and correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, no, you're correct. So
Okay.
we've had a student for, I believe, 9 years now, that went to an NPS school. And so that was a portion of, we paid for them to go to that location. And so that child is no longer with us. They've graduated on. And so, that was roughly about $100,000 every year. So that's where that is in the books.
For schooling and transportation.
Yeah, we're actually, this is, Janina, I don't think knows this, but we're getting reimbursed for the transportation from the SOLBA. So we're putting that stuff in right now, as well as, I believe the ERMS services. So all the travel and all the ERMS services is being reimbursed back to her. That hopefully will help with the future as well.
I saw the decrease in transportation.
Yes, that's what that is too.
Yeah, that's how you figured that.
Any other questions on this? Okay, I think you can go over the May financials, Janina. Everybody has the stuff they need now.
Okay, great. So I just, for the board's awareness, want to go ahead and also share the district template here. So everything that I presented on my budget is represented here. This is what I'm going to be submitting to the district. And so here is that same net deficit, that 348,709. So just so that the board is aware. All right, so now that we have the,
That's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is what you're saying you're presenting to the district, the charter school preliminary budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, so
Yeah,
when
yeah,
the
that's
board
it. I can
approves
tell
it,
sorry.
Oh, okay.
I just needed to see a copy.
Oh, okay, good.
yes, so when the board approves it, I go ahead and I submit the district template. That's how the board, I'm sorry, that's how the district would like to see the document. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, and we are now jumping into the May financials. So this is the monthly financial board report as of May 31st, 2025. And it's compared against our last board approved budget, which took place that first interim. And that was based on 196 students enrolled with 178 ADA. So the year-to-date revenues as of May 31st are $2,586,819, which is 29.9% over what we currently had budgeted. And this is mainly due to funds being received and recognized earlier in comparison to what we had budgeted. And some of those funds, for example, are the donations, arts and music grant, learning recovery, and ELOP. So just for the board's awareness on this, these are not new funds. They were already budgeted for, but we did not anticipate receiving these funds until June. So they came in a bit earlier in comparison to the budget. The year-to-date expenses through May 31st, 2025 are $3,350,777, which is 9.5% under what we currently had budgeted. And it is due to cost saves in the categories below. So that is a unfilled teaching position and lower staff hours than expected, with lower benefits than budgeted as a result. So then we also had books, uncapitalized equipment, and educational consultants also coming in a bit lower in comparison to the budget. So therefore, the net deficit at the end of May is $763,958, which is 55.3% better than what we currently had budgeted for this period of time. All right, so here we're looking at that financial snapshot. Kind of everything I brought up on that summary page is that the actual revenues are coming in a bit sooner than what we had budgeted, and then that the expenses are coming in a bit lower than what we had budgeted. Okay, so here we are looking at the actual breakdown of the numbers. So you'll see the total budget column in the middle.
Hey,
The total.
Janina.
Oh, yes.
Miriam has a
Sorry.
question.
Question on the
Sorry.
first page on the financial summary. In the third box, it says, that some payments were deferred. That's not gonna affect us, right? Because it's saying that, it'll still hit the 24-25.
So, right here, yes, so as some of the expenses are trending lower due to the deferred payments. So basically, we still have to, on the income statement, because there are services that are rendered for this year, we still have to recognize the expense. But from a cash basis, we will not be paying those expenses until the start of next year in July. And
Okay.
so the cash side of it is where the balance sheet comes in. So what we're looking at currently is the income statement and the revenues and expenses. And even though it is essentially an expense and we incurred it, the cash portion of it is not being paid out until next year. So I hope that makes sense.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, so then here we are at the actual to budget summary page. So you'll see the total budget column in the middle. This is the budget that the board last approved at second interim, where we were projecting a deficit for the year of $943,641. So to the far left, we have the actual column. These are the actual revenues, actual expenditures that have come in from July to the last closed month of May. And then we have the budget column. So these are the budgeted revenues, budgeted expenditures from July to May. And I'll go through the variance column. So we have the total revenues coming in favorably in the amount of $595,000, and this is mainly due to some of those one-time funds that I mentioned on the summary page, as well as the donations. And then going on down to the total expenses, we have this coming in favorably by $350,092 due to cost saves in all the above categories. All right, so here we are looking at the monthly cash balance over time for the duration of this fiscal year. And then here we now are looking at the balance sheet. So we've got the total assets at the end of May of $992,266. We have total liabilities in the amount of $525,832. And so that brings us to the total net assets at the end of May of $466,434. And then here is the restricted funding workbook as of the end of May. Devin and I will be working on closing this up for the end of the year. All right, and then just looking ahead is some compliance items that I work on closely with Devin. And that concludes the board report portion. So let me go ahead and put on the screen the other documents that accompany the financial board report. All right.
Gina, I have
yes.
a question. So I'm not great at the number stuff, but you said that, last year was projected to have a budget of 900 and some odd $1,000, but this year it's really only like surplus, like the deficit is 763, so that means we close the gap by 200,000.
Correct. So I'll go ahead and pop this back up on the screen really quickly.
When Janine and I were building the budget for next year, we saw a bunch of savings that was in our current budget. Like we knew no matter what we spent, we were still not gonna get there, so we were able to trim back on some of those as well. And we found that there was about $200,000 in that part.
Nice. And that includes grants and everything that you had applied for, or wait.
Yeah, well, this was just really, and then look, Janina kind of go into it deeper, but it was basically like, as an example, we were like, oh, well, how much did you spend in instructional funds? Oh, well, we still got 56% that we could be spending in that. But we're not gonna spend that with 2 months left in the year. So we like trimmed that way down and it just showed a bunch of savings at that point. So
That's great. I think that's.
yeah,
really-
theoretically, we were underspending is what she's saying.
So, but that $200,000 like gap that we filled is not, that does not include the grants and other money,
No, well, I mean, it includes what's been injected in it this year. It
but
doesn't,
not the ones that you have rolling in.
correct.
And Miriam, yes, to answer your question, so on that board report that I was just sharing for the month of May, the board approved a budget of a deficit of 900,000 that you can see. And so, yes, Devin and I, to get the estimated actuals, what I like to do is go through each and every line item. And at the end of May, we're about 91.6% through the year. So if we have, let's say, a specific line item, and I'll just scroll down really quickly. For instance, building maintenance, where we've got, let's say we had $50,000 budgeted there, then I kind of just go through each line item with Devin and we talk about, well, are you guys going to be doing any projects that would have building maintenance? And so we talk through each one of those. He says, no, we don't have any upcoming things. So I'm able to cut that down based on the percentage that we have left. So we were able to really cut down about $200,000 of some buckets that had additional expenses in them. So we were able to cut down that deficit by 200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. Okay, so then the next item that I have, which just accompanies the May financials, is going to be the cash flows. So this one here is for this current year that we're looking at. This is FY 24-25. So I'm just gonna go ahead and share this and scroll on down.
I'm not sure we have that one. Oh, wait, is this?
No.
Melody, do we have this document? What's the document, Janina?
It is the 24-25 cash flows and the 25-26 cash flow. Do you guys have this document?
No.
No? Okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and share it on the screen if that's okay with everyone.
It's really hard to see.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, it might get a little warped and I'm sorry. I hope that you'll be able to see everything on your side. On my side, I can't see the labeling, but I know your guys' screen is probably bigger than mine. Can you see everything okay?
I see the numbers well, I just don't know what they are.
Yes.
Okay, maybe I've scrolled in too much. Here we go. So this is for the 24-25 fiscal year. And then this one here, I'm gonna scroll up to the top. This one is for the 25-26 fiscal year.
And in the approvals, does this fall under the May financial report, trial balance, or which one? Neither one of them?
No, that might be why it wasn't printed. Cause it's not a voting thing.
So it's not part of the financial board report? What is this?
So
This is our,
the financial board report is the PowerPoint that I presented. The district has asked that I start supplying additional documents. The additional documents that the district has asked that I supply are 2 cash flow out years. The current year that we're in and the next upcoming year. They have also asked me to supply the general ledger, the trial balance, and the check register.
Okay, so we do have to vote on this because the districts asked us to approve, the documents they requested to be sent over, so right?
So they did, what I'm trying to figure out is if this is one of them, because I know that,
This is one of them, right? The cash flow stuff, like,
Correct.
You just send it to us, I can run and get it. I can print it off and she sends it to us.
Janina, can you email me a copy really quickly?
Yeah. I'll forward this to you. So it has all of the May financials, Devin, on there, but the cash flows are included in that. Okay, so then here is the 25-26 cash flows. And I will go ahead now and put up the check register for May. Okay, so this is the check register for May.
Janina, did you send it to me? The
Yes,
cash?
yeah, I did. It
I'm
might
just
take a
impatient, sorry.
second. No, that's okay. I just sent it, so maybe it's gonna take a second.
Oh, okay.
If you don't have that one, Devin, I sent an email to you and Melody on Monday labeled May financials. Maybe you
Yeah, I
can
got
send your email.
No, I
And-
got it, thank
Oh,
you.
okay. Yeah, no problem.
I know, she got it up by 7, that's what she was doing. But, she didn't make any contact with me.
All right.
I see you on, so run copies of the bonds.
Yeah, they should be up there on the printer.
Okay, so now I have the May general ledger up on the screen, and I'll just scroll slowly through this document. So right now, the 1000s, 2000s, we're looking at salaries. The 3000s is going to be benefits.
Janina, can we do the check register and this other document while they go get the copies, so we have them? Have that in front of us while you're talking about it?
Sure, I just did the check register. Do you want me to do it again?
Oh. Any questions on the check register? I didn't realize that you just did that.
Here's the check register. And then now here is the general ledger.
I think that's what we still don't have, general.
Yep. Does anybody have questions on the check register? No?
We have the trial balance.
Okay, so I'll skip the general ledger then for right now, until you have the copy. And here is the trial balance.
Nina, I have a question, account number 47. Food and supplies, $6,199. What is food and supplies? That's not our lunch for the kids, is it?
So yes, it is.
Oh, it's the hot lunch that they receive?
Mhm.
So is that normally on the check register?
No, this is the
It's
trial
not the
balance.
check register, that's the trial balance.
Okay. Check register on the It looks like the check register also.
Well.
All right, and then one additional document that I have that the district has asked me to
Sorry.
also start
Um,
supplying
I'm
is,
so sorry. I have another question. Second page, last line, furniture, fixtures and equipment. It says 103,850. That's so much. And what's furniture, fixtures and equipment?
Can you tell me what the line item number is?
944000.
This one here, yes. This is your fixed assets.
And then is depreciation on the next page of 88,000.
The depreciation for the furniture, fixtures, and equipment is gonna be right below it, right here.
And just last question, what's summer holdback?
Summer holdback is for the teachers because they are, you know, depending on the school, whether they're 10-month or 11-month employees, what it is that they get a portion of their check held so that they are continuously paid in the month or months that they are off from school. It's taken out of their normal paycheck.
So ostensibly, then that number will go down over the summer.
Yeah, we only
Like
get
start
Okay.
again,
Paid out to them.
it gets paid out.
Yes, I would think of it like a savings account. So either a teacher can, you know, put away their own money in their own savings account, or they can sign up for summer holdback and get a portion of their check automatically taken out, and we hold it for them and pay them for that month that they're on summer break.
Any other questions for the fund balance?
Yeah, also, what is the, just for digging into this deeply, what is the right of use asset?
Right of use asset is for the building, so it's the right of use to be able to use the building. So not only do we, the 9,000s is your balance sheet. So we have to, due to accounting principles, have that recorded on the balance sheet, but we also have it recorded as a liability. So you'll see that we have the right use of asset here on your balance sheet. And then we have the right use liability. So it offsets each other.
Okay.
I can read it, but I should be able to read it. My room says only 5 years old.
Oh, wow.
I'm so not.
You're the youngest person in the room, so I can read it, but.
All right, so there is an additional document that I sent along with the financials that the district has also asked me to start including in the monthly financials. This is actually something in which I send each and every week to Devin as well as the budget committee. And so this here, I'll go ahead and explain it. The school has 2 bank accounts. There is your operating account, which is on the left, and then there is the treasury account on the right. The treasury account is just a pass-through account. So this is where majority of OTA's funding comes in, is in the treasury account. So we have to move money out of the treasury into the operating account each month. The operating account is where all of the payroll is paid out of. It is where all of the AP is paid out of. Where the treasury account, even though it's a pass-through, it still has fees that are associated and taken out of this account. So we always need to make sure.
I'm following what you're saying, I'm just not sure I'm looking at the right document. Cause nothing that I have in hand looks like what you're showing on the screen.
I apologize. It sounds like the board doesn't have a lot of the documents this evening. So I'm not sure what I can do on my end to ensure that the board does get the documents.
Is,
Okay,
What do you got
I
over there?
personally could follow along with this.
which one
but-
are we looking at? Right?
I was looking at the completely wrong. page.
Yeah, I mean, I,
So do we not have that one as well?
That's what I don't know. Is, which document is this? I was trying to make sure we had what we needed on the
This
thing.
is
from
the cash position.
showing the treasury in the operating account.
I know that document. I mean, I know that document, but I haven't seen that document or anything.
So Janina, we have the cash flow one.
Okay, yeah, so the cash flow is also one of the documents, that's a supporting document. This is the cash position.
Is that the same as cash flow?
No, they're
No.
different.
So while we wait for this document to be given to us, do you want to do the cash flow?
Sure.
Only because we cannot approve something that we don't have,
Understandable. And did the board get the general ledger document or not yet?
So that was printed. Is it up there?
Okay, so I'll do the cash flow first, and then I'll jump into
be
the
first.
general ledger.
There
Okay.
should be another one
we
coming
don't.
with this too. I'm not sure what to do with this one.
Okay, so we are now looking at the cash flow, and this is the cash flow for this fiscal year 24-25. So you will see all of the 8,000s, that is all of the revenue. And then the expenses, they start at the 1,000s going all the way down to the 5,000s. And this is broken out per month. That then at the very bottom of the document, you will see the cash at the end of the period. And this is broken out per month. So the last month is going to be the month of June. Now, looking at the 25-26 cash flows, same
Janina,
idea.
I'm so sorry, you're kind of going a little fast for me. Does anybody have questions on the cash flow, or do you guys need more time?
I think I can see it.
Hold on, Janina, we're struggling to see it, so. I have a question on 5815 advertising and recruiting. Does this come out of the grant that was given? And is that part of the marketing?
Devin, would you be able to answer that question? To which grant was associated with your advertising and recruiting?
5815 advertising and recruiting. Is
How-
that part of?
How much is in the
There a
line?
specific grant that was for advertising and recruiting? Because from what I'm,
27,000? Yeah,
That's part of the
that
grant.
would have been part of the grant, because the grant was for 30,000, and those are the only areas where I allowed those things to get to that area.
And that includes like the social media marketing, Facebook, all of that
Yep,
stuff.
thanks. Cool. Yeah, that was weird. I've never even seen a document.
We just have like.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, there.
And did we ever? Any questions on, any questions on the cash flow?
all right, if there's no questions on this year's cash flow, then I'm gonna go ahead and put up the next year's cash flow, so FY 25-26. And so this is the cash flows for the budget in which I just brought forth to the board, the preliminary budget. Are there any questions on next year's cash flow?
Can you give us just a couple of seconds?
yes.
to look at it? Thank you.
Absolutely, take your time.
So Janine, I have a question. I guess Devin, this one's for you too. On the 25-26 budget line. I think it's 5505, student transportation and field trips. There's nothing budgeted for that. Is that because the foundation is gonna provide the money for the field trips and transportation, or is that because we are canceling all field trips and transportation,
We're
or?
not planning on canceling field trips, so I can answer that to you.
But that actually appeared, I thought, on the projected budget.
Yeah,
that we just
there is-
looked at, there was a dollar amount.
Yeah, there is a
for the
dollar amount, but
Transportation and,
this may be for like student transportation, like she said, there's different buckets sometimes. This may be the one that we cut, because we used to pay for a student to travel and we don't do that now.
But it
So-
does say student transportation and field trips.
Sure, but then if you look down, 3830 is field trip expenses.
Which
Or
one?
sorry, 5830, I think is the number.
So 5811, if you look at 5811, that has student transportation. And that's where on the budget, we had cut it down. And so it's only $1,000 for next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so 5011 is what we cut out, so what is,
5830, I think, is the one that you'd wanna be looking for.
so what's 5505? So now we have three categories for,
Well, it was likely a category that was created
So
for
fif-
students that we had to pay for specific travel for. We don't have to do that now.
oh, so two line items for that one student?
No, what it is that there's Saks coding has multiple
That's the answer.
Sorry,
That
Janina, what's that?
thing has multiple object codes. And so it is up to the school's discretion on if you have student transportation that is for field trips and you want to use the bucket 5505, you have it available. If you have student transportation, which is for a sped student, then that would more so fit into the 5811 category.
Okay, so the 5830 is for school field trips?
Yeah, that's the area that we budgeted for it.
Okay, so my question, I guess, maybe Devin to you would be, is that last year it was budgeted 60,000 for school field trips versus next year, 25-26 is only 7,500. Is the rest of that money gonna come from the foundation to support and keep supporting the field
Gonna-
trips?
It's gonna come from a couple different areas. It's gonna come from the parents, like it has. There's a portion of the parents
Yeah.
pay, there's a portion of the foundation pays. And we're still gonna pay a portion. It's just gonna be a smaller portion. And we're gonna try to work and figure out how we can put that together. But it's gonna be one of the big fundraising things for sure.
Okay, so no plans on canceling field trips?
No, like I told you, we can talk offline too. There's some, I can share a little bit more with you
Okay.
within that.
Okay. That's my questions for that one. Anybody has questions for 25-26?
All right, if there's no further questions on the cash flow, does the board have a copy of the general ledger? I think I heard a yes on that.
It's on its way, it should be on its way down. I printed it when we first printed the first set of papers, because I didn't see it as one of them. Also, it's like 48 pages, so I'm not
It's
sure
a
what that was.
long- It's a long document. Okay, Well, there are some other documents, and maybe the board has this in front of them, is that these are procedural documents that go along with my preliminary budget. They are documents in which go to the board every year. And I will put it on my screen. I hope that you all maybe have a copy. This is going to be your EPA resolution. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Apologies. Here we are.
That's this one, right?
On this one, I don't know. I saw the document that you, and I wasn't aware of what it was, so it must be it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Janina, we have this one.
Okay, perfect. So this one is also going to require board approval. The EPA Education Protection Account is a bucket of funding that is within your LCFF dollars. And EPA Protection Account basically was a proposition that was passed that those funds need to be solely used for certificated teacher salaries. So for the upcoming FY 25-26, we have an EPA amount of $42,180, and we are saying that we will be using that on certificated teacher salaries. And then for this past year, 24-25, the school received approximately $35,508, which we will also be using solely for certificated teacher salaries. So that is the EPA document. And then the next document that I have is, this is actually probably going to be a new document for the board. I have been working with Devin on ways in which we can increase some revenues for Old Town. And so as of currently, Old Town does not have title funding. So this document here is something in which I bring to all of my client partners every single year when we are getting to that time for applying for title funds. So that is within the consolidated application. And so we will be applying for Title I, Title II, and Title IV funding. And that is just the board approving that we can go ahead and apply for those funds.
And
And
do
so,
you anticipate that we will qualify for these funds?
so it doesn't hurt to apply. That is the other side to that, is that it also comes down to your free and reduced meals, and then it also comes down to your UPP count. So I always am going to, with all my clients, apply for it. And if you guys get it, great. But if you're not even applying, then you don't even have the opportunity.
Okay, and what is the UPP count?
Is the unduplicated pupil percentage. So the unduplicated pupil percentage comes down to the demographic of student, and that they can only qualify for one demographic, meaning that if you have an English learner, but then, you know, is also, let's say, in poverty, you cannot have them in more than one bucket.
The good thing, I'm assuming that these are not competitive grants, so if you meet the requirement, you get the money.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly.
These are grants in which every LEA can go for.
I'm just saying.
They're
you
not
know,
competitive.
whether we think we're actually gonna get these.
I would think that we're unlikely to get Title I from what I know, but I do think that we might qualify for 2 and 4. Probably fairly small portion though.
So
But
Title I
as you
is,
said, every little bit helps.
yes, every little bit does help. Title I is going to be for English learners. Title II is going to be for professional development. And then Title IV is for technology. And there's even a breakdown of what those funds are for within the description on the document I provided. All right, so that,
And will this be the first year we apply for these? No?
correct. So the
Uh,
other side to this is that although I am going to be applying for these funds in the CONA, there is additional things that need to be done to ensure that the school would get the funding. So that means that you would have to do a federal addendum. So, and these would also need to be included in your LCAP. Federal addendum is something that's going to be brought to the board, would need to be brought to the board, so that the board can approve how these funds would be implemented into the OTA program.
Basically, we have to define how we're gonna spend those dollars, and then you guys have to approve that,
And that'll be for 25-26.
providing we get them.
And does Janina apply for those?
Janina and I will apply
Oh.
jointly. She's doing most of the work right now.
Okay.
Yep, I reached out to the CDE so that I could get access to OTA's portal. And so that was step one, making sure to get access. And so now that I have access, I can go in and apply for these funds for the school.
All right, Janina, it looks like some of the documents are coming into the room right now.
The general ledger.
The
Wonderful.
general ledger is like the 40-some pages, so we can go to that.
Okay.
And then the cash position is also being delivered, so we can do either one of those.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and I'll start with the long one. Let's just go ahead and do the general ledger. So I'll put that up on the screen. And
Thank you.
while everyone's getting situated, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a quick break. Give me one moment.
I think that was a question. The EPA, when I say a certificated teacher salary, is it just for teachers and like, can you explain it? I've never seen it before.
Yeah, so there's two different qualifications of an employee of a school. They're either certified or they're classified. They're certified as a teacher who has a certification or administrator who has a certification. Everybody else is considered classified. So with saying that, saying like a certified teacher, like we couldn't pull somebody off the street and put them into our.
I have to have the credentials and stuff like that. Got it. So I never heard.
Yeah,
All right. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience. I will go ahead and share my screen here.
Yeah.
All right, so we are looking at the general ledger, and I'm just going to go ahead and scroll on down slowly, but if the board has any questions, feel free to stop me at any time.
Yeah.
Before you guys move on, for the grant, I believe it was named the Con app. Who's paying for that subscription? And is that a subscription or is that a free grant for this?
No, it's like a state thing. Like a grant state thing.
For the portal that's free for you guys to use?
Well,
Sorry, Janina.
Sorry, I was having trouble hearing. I don't know if that was a question for me or if Devin was able to answer the question.
Devin had an answer.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And then one other thing, talking about additional funding in which I have been thinking about for OTA and not sure if, you know, OTA would qualify, but is the SB 740 grant. The SB 740 grant is something that it looks like OTA has not applied for in the past. But it appears that the reason was due to that same thing, free and reduced and UPP count. But I do have other client partners that are in the same general vicinity as OTA that do receive SB 740. So I have been encouraging Devin to maybe reach out to the district or even submit an application because it doesn't hurt. The worst that they can say is no, but to at least submit the application to see because it would help pay for not all of the rent, but a portion.
That's what SB 740, it goes towards rent, you're saying?
Yeah, we've done it. We've applied the last 2 years and been denied both times, so. I'm planning on applying again, but I don't think we're gonna get it because, it has to do based on the same, basically Title I numbers and then the comparison to the local schools around you, and so we don't tend to qualify under that premise, but, we'll try again this year.
All right, so yeah, and that application, there's plenty of time. The deadline doesn't expire till September, so there's plenty of time on that. All right, so I went through the general ledger on the screen here, but is there any questions from the board that I can answer on that document?
Nope. Or I don't, you guys have any questions? No. Maybe? No, Janina, we're good.
Okay, so, and thank you guys for your patience. I just have one more document, which is that cash position. So I'm gonna put that up on the screen. And
You have a general question. I don't know if this appears on the general ledger, but since we were talking about the SB 740 funds, but how are we doing on the reimbursements for lunch?
how are we doing on the reimbursements for what?
Like, don't we get reimbursements for a certain percentage of the lunches that we have to provide?
That is going to be your NSLP, so your National School Lunch Program. So anything and everything that is submitted to NSLP based on the expenses for food is how you're reimbursed. So basically, if you spend $100, you're going to get back a percentage back $100 or based on the formula that they do. It's only based on reimbursement.
But are we getting that
Yes, that's your NSLP.
to the full extent that we're able? And just, we're talking about all these additional things to apply for, but are we getting the full extent of, I guess, that
That's
reimbursement?
something that is on the school site level of the items in which they submit to NSLP. So I think that that would more so be a question geared towards Devin or Melody, whoever's submitting those reports.
Okay, so that's not a new thing.
No, we've been doing this, since I started here because it was the beginning of the program. So we were submitting them and we were paying out for stuff, but we weren't getting money back. It took
I
like
remember that.
it took about like 6 months for us to start getting money back, and slowly that has kind of stabilized into a more round number, which Melody can probably tell you more than she gets the checks and cashes them, so.
But now we are getting. it.
Yeah, it's been no, it's been consistent now for a while, so.
And what percentage of that do we get back?
That I don't know. You know what percentage?
We get a percentage for each meal that we pay for, so there are students that are free, reduced, and then students that did not qualify due to household financial income. And those are the big bulk of what we get back, roughly $3 to $4 per meal.
So, but for students who don't qualify, right, we don't get anything back. Is that correct? We just have to pay.
It's a
for it.
smaller percent.
Okay. So where the school pays that, but we don't get it back.
Yeah,
So now if students elect not to get the lunch, then. Okay.
yeah, it's the amount of number of lunches that we purchase, right? Because, and so it's based off that number. So if families tell us, hey, we're gonna bring out lunch all year, then we don't have that number on our docket as a preparation piece.
So then it's not really free lunch, right? Because I send my kids to school under the impression that I don't have to make you lunch because you get it at school, but maybe we should communicate to the parents, like, if you're willing and able to make lunch.
So the school can't really do that, because that would be, it would cause issues. However, when this first came on, Board Member Talby and Board Member Davis were making sure to go around and tell everybody that, just to let them know, like, hey, if you can, it saves the school money to send your lunch. And so, but it isn't anything we can really publicize that this is some sort of expectation, because we do have a universal lunch program that is meant for everybody. So if we're trying to exclude people, that becomes problematic for some people.
It's a state requirement that we have,
Yeah.
so lunch. I'm just asking, just wondering how much that's costing us, that new state requirement.
Yeah, it is. I mean, in the long run, it is a loss, but it's not, I mean, because we are paying more than we get back. But that's, you know, the way, it's the way it's set up, so.
And students get some.
Yeah, when students get fed, that's the other good thing. Any other questions for Janina?
No.
Thanks,
Right.
Janina. I know you ran a double shift tonight with board meetings.
No worries. So just to kind of wrap up the cash position here is that it's built out to the end of June. So we are projecting that OTA will have 267,000 at the end of June. Based on when this was built, which was on the 3rd of this month. So this is something that I build out each and every week, and the district would like for me to start supplying this as well. So thank you everyone for your time. I know that it was a very long, thorough presentation this evening. It's not always like this, but thank you all. And everything that I presented tonight will require board approval.
Okay. Thanks so much, Janina.
Thank you, everyone. See you next time. Bye.
Ms. Miller.
Hi, everybody. Before we get started, I wanted to say, on behalf of the OTA teachers and staff, we wanted to thank you guys, for voting last month's school board meeting in favor of the weekly minimum days for next school year. We know that was an incredibly difficult decision, so we truly appreciate your support with that outcome. That being said, we honestly can't believe the 2024-2025 school year has already come to an end. The OTA staff had such a great end to the school year with many field trips, the talent show, and 3 OTA graduations. The last day of school was such a fun day with various celebrations, yearbook signing, and the 8th grade clap out. If you guys didn't know, the teachers still come back the week after the school year ends. So during our end of the year PD days, we reflected on our school year, and we started implementing changes for the upcoming year. One thing I wanted to note that we discussed during one of these days was the parent-teacher conferences for next year, which was on my agenda from last board meeting. Middle school discussed that we'll be making changes, obviously, on ours because parents felt like they were too short, which they are too short. And then specialist teachers will make sure to broadcast their availability during conference weeks that fall. In January, all homeroom teachers will invite parents again for an optional conference per request, whether it be in person or via Zoom or an email conference. Another exciting event that occurred during our PD week last week was returning staff participated in our first annual teacher signing day. United together, we signed our 2025-2026 contract celebrating our incredible staff and the featured OTA. Like our public speaker said earlier, definitely check out the content from that celebration on the OTA Instagram page because it was a lot of fun. The staff is really excited for our rewarding summer break and very thrilled to get back for our next school year. We also have some pretty exciting news. A few months ago, I received a call from Gary Brooks. He's a very prominent public figure in the education world. He asked me if our school had any funding needs that could be met with a big donation from a company that was looking to donate to schools. I told him our elementary staff had been requesting smart boards for years, and this kind of update in our school's technology would truly make learning more accessible for our students. On the day of our last May school board meeting, I actually received the second phone call from him that our school, Oaktown Academy, was the first school to be chosen to get this donation from Hyundai. Hyundai gave me $18,000 to buy 9 smart boards for a classroom. Here is one of them right here. So we got the smart boards and the stands for that. I thought this was a really cool way to end our school year, but I didn't tell you guys last meeting because I thought it was too good to be true, so I didn't wanna announce it before we actually got everything, but now that half of the boards arrived and all of the stands, and they've already announced it on their social media pages, I felt like we could announce it by now. But yeah, Hyundai posted, Gary posted it, he was like 1 million followers as well.
Yeah, last time I checked, it had over 800,000 views.
Yeah, they even like hashtagged Old Town Academy on both of the videos as well. Hyundai and Gary came to our school last week. It was like a whole like production crew. And filmed outside of our school. They made sure the Old Town Academy was like in the background. So it's really cool that we got picked by that. And then Gary, who usually charges like $10,000 to like speak at districts, came and spoke to the staff for 30 minutes. Which was really cool as well. I thought that was really inspirational. So the teaching staff is thrilled to have these smart boards in our classrooms. So that was really exciting to end the school year there. I did want to thank you guys for my time as the teacher representative on the school board. I believe that we are truly working together towards a better future for OTA, and I am glad to be a part of this staff and community. Thank you.
Would you like to share who was voted in as next year's board member for the teachers?
I was also voted in for next year for the school board teacher rep. So
It was unanimous except for Miss Miller. She was the only one that didn't vote.
when somebody else would want to, but they,
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for all your hard work towards getting those boards and promoting that for the school. That's gonna be really great for the students and the kids.
yeah, I was even excited that they hashtagged our school too in the videos. I didn't think that was gonna happen, so that was really cool. And they gave us the rights, they gave us the ability to repost their videos also on our channels, so.
And they also gave us the permission to do a press release, so we're gonna do a press release and let people know that this happened, hopefully garner some attention.
Yeah.
But we had to go through them to make sure, because they're a company that was giving us the money, we thought they might want to, but they've given us the permission to do so, so we'll be doing that here in the next week or so.
We're the first school to do it. Again.
And we're allowed to advertise the schools on social media, right? Like on other platforms.
Yeah, as far as I know, I don't think there's any rules against that.
Yeah, I was just worried that like Hyundai had rights and like they wanted to keep it.
Yeah, because it was their thing.
Because they paid for the production of the video and whatnot, but.
Nice.
There's a guy putting one of these on with a Hyundai shirt in the video, just saying, really great acting performance.
He helped me put a smart board on the stand in the video.
Big high five together. It was awesome.
We got Miss Wheeler and Miss Mercetti also are in the video as well. So are they Hyundai branded?
My shirt was, I had to wear a shirt that said that in order to get in the video.
They give us free range. I said that we needed 9 boards, so they came back and said, the average board is $2,000, so that's why they gave us the $18,000. So then I went to the teachers and said which ones would be best for what we need and our needs at our school, and we found this one. It's Cool Hood, I think is the brand. It had the best just of everything with the price and whatnot, so yeah, we're excited. There's still 4 or 5 more to go. I said I wasn't getting a board, and then they were like, "You're not getting one?" And I was like, "Well, I counted wrong, so we might be getting 10, but fingers crossed." So.
First for the board.
What? Oh, excellent question. Hopefully next I get my car, but see.
Perfect, thanks so much, Ms. Lauren. Melody's report.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go over the total number of students for fall thus far, which will include returning students and our most recent enrollment numbers for returning, accepted, and registered. So for kindergarten, we are at 25. First grade, we are at 23. Second grade, we are at 18. Third and fourth grade, we are at 27. Fifth grade, we are at 26. sixth grade, we do have 3 on the wait list, but we have a total of 30. 25 of our fifth grade students are returning, and we are currently at 8 applications. 5 already completed their registration and 3 are on the wait list. We have 23 for 7th grade and 26 for 8th grade, which totals to 225 for fall.
Melody, I have a question. For first grade returning 25, 26, that number was 20 last month and now it's 18. So shouldn't the 225 be 220? 22?
I'm sorry.
So last month, first grade in returning students was 20 and now that's the only number that dropped.
Did he know?
But there are other numbers that increased in other classes.
No, it's this is last month, 420, 13, 22, 18, 21, 25, 22, 21, for a total of 166. So if we lost 2, this changed correctly to 164. So this one needs to be.
There are other increased numbers in the other courses. So if you look at 3rd grade, it was 26 last night, now it's at 27. So we had an increase in other areas with the drop.
But we also
So
had,
our total is still at 225.
We lost 2 of the game too.
I think we lost
Game
1.
so because first grade also went from 24 to 23, so that's a change. This is a plus, or look, it changed here, from 19 second grade now down to 18. From 26 to 27, that's +1. Oh, this
Plus 3.
+3. Okay. Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
It's, now in Janina's report, it was currently enrolled 196, but this report says
That was
199.
from
May.
the P1 reporting from
Oh, okay, that's what you want, so not.
mid-year.
Okay.
Yes, it wasn't, this was our in numbers June 6th.
Okay.
And our number 2, like, maintain and break even for our enrollment is the 252, correct? And our projected is the 225.
That is a Devin question.
What's the question? Sorry.
What is our break even number for enrollment?
That was
So-
the 252 number they talked about.
So I think, no, 252 is what we thought we had coming in last year. So I believe that the break even point, I had this conversation with Janine, I believe, Janine is not on there anymore, but I believe 230 was to break even on complete teacher salaries. Like only teacher salaries and staff salaries, that broke even at 230. In order to break even on the entire budget, I believe it was like 250, but that included like the instructional costs and all those different things. I believe that's the way the numbers were.
So the 252 that we discussed in that one meeting with you, Mark, and I, and
That's what I'm saying. I think the 252 number is what we had, what we thought was coming into enrollment last year.
they thought that's the number the district said we needed to break even.
So again, I think that to break even with staff members, I believe the number was 230. To break even for a total budget, I believe the number was 250.
Okay, and we're projecting 225 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're still marketing and advertising and.
We're gonna talk about that. We've got some things in the works.
Thank you. Okay, real estate panel. Devin, do you want to?
I don't think there's really any updates right now, for, the real estate panel. I did, after the meeting, you just were talking about where we were at. I have reached out and, I believe I have a meeting with Jean next week to discuss some of the stuff we talked about. With that, maybe I can get an update on where we're at with that process at that point too.
Okay, so that the date of the 2027 might change after that meeting.
Cool. I hope not.
Okay. Or it might change for the better.
Yeah, let's go with that, Mary. Let's put the good stuff into the galaxy.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that was, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For discussion, just really quickly, we are going to be having officer elections at the next board meeting, so if you guys want to nominate, run, or anything, maybe something to start thinking about. And we have the executive director and principal contract that we also need to approve, and
Do we have a date for that next meeting?
it's in the agenda lower.
You're gonna set one
Yeah.
on when I talk.
Okay.
Okay, so then we have the executive director principal contract. We did form a contract committee,
And, oh, you want me to
Yeah.
speak on that? Okay, committee met and put together a contract. Devin and I have had extensive hours and hours of conversation, literally. But we do have a contract that Devin is happy with and, to propose. And I sent you the final one. Did you see that?
I saw when I was looking for all that other stuff in the, so I didn't know that till then, but I saw it in there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, now we actually will need to split this out to the approval. Just as I mentioned,
Some things that need to be said.
yeah, so it can't be part of the consent. That's,
the contract.
So it'll need to
Yeah.
be pulled out.
yeah,
Separate.
it'd just be a one, you know, how we sometimes pull
Yeah.
out an item.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Parent Foundation report, with the new president, Sylvia.
It's my first time, nice.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sylvia. I have been at OTA for a bit over 6 years. I have a second grader next year, so we're excited. He's excited. He's hoping that his teeth fall out, so he'll be ready to go next year. The overall summary is that the foundation successfully completed and was able to maintain all of our agenda events. We did have a little bit of hiccups last year. We did experience some internal hiccups. With that being said, currently we do have enough members, myself, the Vice President, Ms. Sheila, Treasurer, Ms. Marie, Jogathon Chair, Ms. Gabby, Volunteer Coordinator, Nikki, Auditor Sharon, our parliamentarian Amy, communication coordinator who is going to do dual roles with Gabby, gala chair dual roles with myself. We are continuing with our teacher liaison, Ms. Vincenti, so we will have quorum at every meeting right now. We do have 2 positions open. We will be continuing to ask the community to engage with us and to hopefully fill those positions. But if they do not, we're going to spread the responsibility out to the team right now. And we are looking to build committees this year. I'm nervous. The unofficial financial report, starting in July, we had $56,000 in our account. Currently, as of May, we have an estimate of $53,000. That's a deficit of 4.94%. You can see the expenses that we budgeted. We did see an influx in our budget around March and April, which was able to cover everything that we have listed here. Again, these are just projections, and May's budget was $53,000 ending. Subject to change as we move into June's budgeting and financials for final reports. Okay. Programs and support that the foundation offered the school in the last school year or the current school year is we successfully participated and supported Teacher Appreciation Week, luncheons, gifts, campus support, and events. There was a few updates on the kindergarten playground, and we supported the robotics and STEM program. We also supported subsidized student field trip costs and external learning. We have a projection of volunteer engagement. We're projecting that overall 50 volunteers can contributed to more than 100 hours combined. in the past year. This includes room parent coordination, classroom support, event setup, tear down, field trips, classroom events, as well as other tasks that were managed and supported on campus. Item number 7, I did project with an enrollment of 200, so I do apologize with that. After sitting in the meeting, it looks like we had a projection enrollment of 195 families. So we currently are looking at projections again of about 100 families out of the 195 that were enrolled to have participated in events. That's about 50% of participation from families last year. Regarding volunteers, you are going to see that the number is a little bit lower. It is about 50 families. Again, this is just an estimate, a projection, giving us about 25% of volunteerism. Okay. We do hope to increase that by pushing committees this year. We are looking at about 28,000 hours of volunteerism from families in the community. So we're hoping to push that. Areas that we've seen engagement and improvement this year was monthly e-letters, text message communication, partial revamping of the foundation website, but not fully. So we are hoping to increase that area. Regular posting on social media. We did see an increase in social media engagement for the foundation page. We also did really good with spreading word to mouth with parent attending meetings. Not sure if we've seen the engagement that we wanted to see, but we'll hopefully push that a little bit more this year. We also implemented parent social events on campus and off campus this year. Looking ahead, the foundation is looking to align the focus, the language, and the efforts for FY 25-26 towards the following areas. We really need to focus, and we will be focusing on growth and enrichment for monthly grant application submissions. Ways that we're going to be tackling that is by we purchase a subscription with a grant portal, and we will be having accountable one-on-ones with the person who oversees that to make sure that we're applying at least. We're also talking with the principal about on-campus fundraisers and the foundation volunteer coordinator, and hoping to build a committee and offer the middle school students volunteer hours in the upcoming year to support this effort. And we're also hoping that we will continue and increase and try to budget a little bit better with our offsite fundraisers. Okay. I am hoping to deepen the collaboration with the school leadership, teachers, board, and the community. While I'm not promising anything just yet, but I do have faith that OTA is a great school, and we have families that are dedicated. Families that are willing to stick it out and, you know, watch the community improve. So we are hoping to improve in that area. I want to open space if you have any questions, if you have any feedback or any suggestions for the upcoming year.
I'm working with your volunteer coordinator. We're gonna come up with a list of agencies in the community that any family can volunteer, and special ones for the middle school kids where they can volunteer. So we'll have a whole list at the beginning of the year, so you know where you can go and who to contact.
Is Stand Up for Kids still paused? Well, yeah.
I'm setting up another meeting with them to try to see what, you know, if we could go back. Yeah.
I'm excited to see the collaboration between, you know, with everyone with the foundation. So thank you, Ms. Grant.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, you were mentioning about possible joining another organization, but I really highly encourage people. Quite a few family engagement organizations that provide funding, like the National Center for Family and Community Engagement, and we'll have a conference in New Orleans, I think in October. They provide quite a bit of funding, the state organization that supports family parent involvement. And there's quite a few that provide, seed money for that. Grants.
Well, I will go ahead and pass that along and then do some follow-up to see if we have any hits on that. Feel free to email us anytime with anything else that comes up. So that's it for me. Thank you everyone for allowing me the opportunity to be here. I appreciate it. Looking forward to everything. And I just want to give a special thanks to all of the OTA families who supported and volunteered this year, but may not have been announced by name or seen. We thank you. We appreciate you. Without you, there's no us. And also want to go ahead and champion the volunteers who run the Parent Foundation Council. Every chair is important and they make a difference. So thank you.
One more.
Yes.
Do we do anything with, right next door, the Ballard Parent Center?
What is that?
What is that? What is that?
Is that in part of the VN?
The school that right on the same street on the left-hand side, from Center Unified.
Oh, you're talking about
Those school that they closed.
Oh, Fremont.
you're talking about the community center, right?
Yeah.
That's turned into a community center now. So that's the building that this school has tried to obtain for a while to be the school building, and San Diego Unified put like a community center in it, but I don't think they use a lot of the rooms. So I do think that it's going back to a school. In a conversation I was having with Clifford, he told me that something was
One
happening.
thing I heard is that they're gonna sell it and have housing for teachers. Did you hear that? Yeah.
And it was a community center?
It was
Like just public schools.
It had just been turned into like a community center for the district, so it's still the school is still open.
Live within the walking distance.
Actually, I have a whole story on that one, because I can tell you all about that, actually. I had friends that did that for their first 2 years of teaching.
Thanks, Sophia.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank you.
good job.
Thank you. I am going to join you online now. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Devin.
All right, so a couple of things on my list. The first one is the OTA summer plan for marketing. So during that last week of school, I worked with the teachers, asked some of the teachers if they wanted to volunteer over the summer to be part of a marketing committee where we would be going out grassroots sort of stuff. With that, we've come across a couple of things that we plan to do. So we're gonna blanket the city, at least around our current area. Different days, we're printing different things, and those teachers are coming in and posting those in different areas. The YMCA's we've been in touch with. We're gonna set up booths in a couple different YMCA's on days that there's family events going on, so that we have access to the families. On currently, the scheduled date is July 7th. We're gonna blanket as a full day with all of us kind of together, about a mile radius or maybe a half-mile radius, depends on how many homes we end up hitting on that, around the new school to drop flyers and say, hey, there's a new school coming here at this address and you can apply now. We also have through our through Nikki, what's she defined as? What's her?
Volunteer coordinator.
The volunteer coordinator. She has helped us gain access to the military bases and some of the school liaisons at the military bases. And so now at the Marine Corps base across the street, and that one's already done. When they give a packet about school information, we're one of the things that's in that packet to market us. Now, the beauty of this is it's a full year streamline of possible students coming. Problem is, it's also the inverse. That also means students might be leaving under that premise too. So, but we do find that to be a good way to kind of reach out and find some, people coming into the city more often. And we have, a school, I don't want to say based around the military, but we have military families and we have some military-esque things that are attractive to the families. That was one of the things that the marketing team found about us. Then in addition, we do have some family engagement nights geared towards the new families and the whole school families. So on July 8th, from 5:30 to 7, we're gonna have a new family night where we're inviting all the new families in hopes for them to meet each other and build relationships. And then on August 2nd, which is a Saturday from 2 to 4, we're gonna invite the entire community on and have some events for that too. That'll be new families, returning families, that way they can integrate. We're gonna ask teachers that can be present to be there just to be an introduction. So we're trying to do some family engagement things. Those are with the foundation helping us. So we have a lot of things that we're doing right now, looking to set up booths on July 4th, the military day at Point Lomas Base as well. I guess they have a big, huge event there that we're gonna try to infiltrate, if you will. Probably not a good word with the military, but try to be there I just looked at you, I was like, that's not a good word to use with military. Try to infiltrate the base. Yeah, that's what I mean. I was like a bad choice of words. So we'll be there. That's our plan. There's a lot of teachers on that committee, Mr. Watts included, who committed a lot of their summertime to come around and make sure that we're blanketing the community as best we can. So we have hopes that this is going to push up some of these enrollment numbers, and we think we're going to be able to do that.
And we don't know yet where the family engagement night's gonna be on the 8th, right?
It's going to be here.
Oh, at the school.
All of them are here.
Oh, I see.
So it's gonna be just like a real basic night, board games, maybe some like tailgate style games. I think coloring books, because a lot of our new kids will be kindergarten, age kids. And we're just trying to just have them integrate with each other. As you guys know, we only have one class per grade level, so it's really important for those new kids to maybe know somebody when they come in. And so we're hoping that we can build some of those relationships initially and then bring them all in on the 2nd for everybody to kind of meet each other and engage with each other.
And that's gonna be advertised on our website, social media, things like that.
Yeah, so at noon today, there was the first indication of it. There was a newsletter sent out today that highlighted these pieces in there that just basically said like more information is coming. We're building that out. But we do plan on having it on our social media. We do plan on sending it through SchoolMint so our new families get it themselves. Yeah, we're definitely trying to make those events happen.
And I want to thank Devin. He sent out something to all the new families. It was a letter from me with the information on the Core Knowledge Summer Reading Program. So they're aware of all of that and that they could contact us if they have any questions about core knowledge at any time. I want to thank him for reaching out to the new families to give them that.
Nice.
And we also had our first meeting with
Oh, yeah, I forgot that. That's part of the thing too. We did start meeting again, Mr. Watts and I, with new families as they're coming in. We had our first meeting, supposed to be scheduled yesterday. They didn't show up, but they came today. So we met with them today. So we started that process as well. And we intend to do that with every family that's coming in like we did last year. So hopefully we are also gonna, for the new parent engagement on July 8th, we are gonna ask for an RSVP. We think that we want to kind of know our numbers, and I think that will help us gauge what is coming versus what's not. And so that hopefully will give us a baseline idea of what that looks like. And we can kind of get some actual numbers on what that process looks like currently.
Will returning students be invited to that or just new students?
So the August 2nd one, returning students will be invited to, and new families. I'm not against returning families coming on July 8th, but the product that we're putting out is for the new families to engage each other.
For the time
Uh-huh.
on that August, oh, it's a Saturday,
Mhm.
so that's great, okay.
2 to 4, we tried to do it so we didn't have to commit to a meal, but could maybe have some snacks in the afternoon. No, we felt like that was a good time.
Well, it says it'll have pizza.
Yeah, but we didn't want to have to commit to a meal. We didn't want it to be like noon to 3 or 2 to 6 or something like that. So we went kind of, yeah, we kind of went there in the middle. So
And is the board encouraged to go to that or?
board's encouraged to go to all of these things. Absolutely. Yeah.
And then I just had a question, but you kind of answered it. What's the schedule for, I know teachers are off, but like admin and staff for the school, like if parents want to come do a tour, are people in the building or what does that look like?
You're talking about for the summer?
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to come make a tour, whether we're in the building or not, we'll make sure somebody's here for that. But right now, right now, the administration and receptionist are in the building, but the receptionist will drop off next week and then currently Corey. And then Turner will fall off as well, and he will go on to volunteer time of this stuff in the summer that he's helping me with.
I'm sorry, Turner will fall off in the summer?
He'll fall off, his days are almost up, his 215
Oh,
days, he'll reach them. I think it's like,
I can be it,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, that's
But
what
the
you meant
volunteer.
volunteer.
Yeah, that's what I mean, he becomes volunteer at that point.
Okay. But there will be staff for, okay. That was me.
Right, everybody get on the summer OTA marketing plan and the family engagement plan?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think whether there's a way to reschedule staff. I mean, I like volunteer, but I don't like volunteers, you know, you're off. You should be off, and yes, it's volunteer, which is great, but if there's other ways of working schedules where during the school year, some of the staff are maybe off or whatever, work 3 days out of the week instead of 5. And stretch it to include the summer.
100%.
I just don't.
He won't be, I don't wanna say needed, cause that's probably not true, he's needed, but there won't be as much that he'll have to be on campus for. It does become this stuff that we're doing for this marketing plan, if you will, that is gonna carry us more in the summer. And that's what I said, I asked the teachers as well, there are multiple teachers who have volunteered to do that. And right now we have a weekly meeting on Monday at 11, is that right?
Yeah.
For just 30 minutes, check in to make sure that everything that we've got going is still going. And like right now, I've got different people reaching out to different YMCA's to set things up, and so they're reporting back and we're setting those schedules as such. So big shout out to the staff here. You know, I know that I feel like I talk about how great they are often, but it's things like this that make them great, right? Like they could easily have said like, no, we need to go home for the summer, but that room was packed with people that I asked to show up. And I said it was completely volunteer. It's not mandatory. This is you giving up time in your summer, and there were a lot of staff members in there, so.
And if they weren't in there, they're still part of it, they were just building.
They were building in there. There was like 4 of them that were like,
Smartboard stands with us.
yeah, so they're on all those emails still, so. Everybody good on that stuff though? Okay, next thing, these are just things that I have to get past. These are your, so you'll see that, the document looks like this. This is instructional minutes. So this identifies how many minutes a kindergartner, 1st through 3rd, or 4th through 8th grader gets. We do have excess minutes in all categories. This is after our minimum days have been plotted in there. We have 25,000 extra minutes in kindergarten, 11,000 extra minutes in 1st through 3rd, and 7,000, almost 8,000 minutes in 4th through 8th that are exceeding what the state is expecting. So just so you know, we're on those.
How does this compare to last year, for elementary, not middle school, with the half days? Because I know middle school has, you know, STEM and flex and
Sure.
not really instructional.
No, those count as instructional.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
So basically, anything that a student, when they're at school, that's not recess, lunch, is considered an instructional minute of some time.
Oh, I see. Okay, so. Pre half days every Friday, these numbers were higher, right?
Yeah, I don't off the top of my head know what the difference is. They definitely dropped. The one that I think I'm right on, but I could be wrong, was I believe kindergarten at one point, this number was definitely over 30,000. I believe it was like 32 or 36. I don't actually know. I just remember that it was over 30 in one of these, in the excess minutes.
Oh, like double.
Yeah, so like, that's what I'm saying, like, having these minimum days pulled down some of that time. So it does show, but we're still exceeding, as you can see, in the area that we need, so. So I do need this document passed, just because it's what the state checks us on and says that we're doing. Anybody have questions on this document?
I don't know, this might be ancillary to the document, but I thought that in the past, did we have fewer than 180 days?
Yeah, we have had that in the past.
Okay, and then when did that change? That we,
You guys voted for a calendar for
No, no.
180.
no, I know, I'm saying, but when, was that this year, last year, 3 years?
When
ago?
did we go to 180?
Yes.
I think this upcoming year is the first year. I think last year was 178. I think the year that we just completed was 178.
Okay.
So I think this is the first year we went to 180.
Okay, no, and I mean, I think, you know, I appreciate that we voted on a calendar, but I don't know that. You know, we would know, like, say, the number of dates, cause usually.
Oh, it's on those calendars. It's part of the, it is part of the decision that you guys
Okay,
make.
I didn't see that, I don't remember I didn't see that, I don't remember it being on the calendar. So it says, you know, Schedule A, 180 days, Schedule B.
177,
170
something like that, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, staff wanted the one with 180, so.
but was that having to do with 180 or just it happened to be the schedule?
I think it was a start.
It was a start date, that
The
was the
start
big
and
thing
end
for
date.
them. And then the, when the quarters started and ended were the main ones for us.
So was it just when Monday or Friday hit, like, why did we pick 180 versus 178? Just,
If I remember the discussion, there were some board members who wanted it to be 180. They felt, I feel like that was part of that decision. I don't really remember, but I feel like that was it's definitely been conversation in the past. If it wasn't this year, that was something that they wanted.
oh, okay.
I know, Michael was big on getting to 180. He was never happy that we.
Oh,
had
he
that.
wanted one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think traditional most schools are 180, 180.
Yeah.
But
Well, no,
182 is like the
180
most I've seen, but it's
yeah,
right in
but
those numbers.
180 I think is the, like you said, traditional, but
Yeah,
I recall first joining the whole idea that since we had a longer day, we had fewer days. So that's why I was wondering.
yeah, it was, I think the last 2 years were 177, then 178, and then next year is gonna be 180. So I do think that we have increased that, but you know, adding, I mean, you know, for a. You know, as a trade-off, if you will, it makes sense to add some days if we're also having minimum days just for that piece, so that makes sense, and teachers were on board for that, so it was good.
Okay, just wondering sort of what the progression.
How is the state minimum so low? Is that, I mean, that
I
seems,
can't answer that question, I have no idea why this
Ask
station.
Bill.
Yeah, like, I don't.
It's like start at like 9.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
we have an extra half hour a
Yeah,
day, that's what.
yeah, we-
that's just 30 minutes times 5 days, that's 150 minutes a week.
Yeah, but times 36.
Right, but, it just seems like the state minimum is really low, so while we are exceeding, I'm assuming most schools do exceed.
Well, everybody exceeds because you don't wanna just break even, right? For if a day gets canceled or something like that, but, I would guess that most people are exceeding at the number that we are. I don't factually know that. I don't wanna, you know, that's not put me on record kind of thing, cause I'm not sure, but I wouldn't assume.
But is this in, like, our numbers in par with like our similar schools?
I don't actually know the answer to that, Miriam. I haven't really, the instructional minutes piece for me as a, like in my job, this is the first time I've ever worked with it because it's more of an executive director piece. And so, I've seen this document before, like as a principal as it's passing through, but it was more just,
But we approve it every year, right?
you have to approve this every year. That's what I'm saying. The only time I work with this is once a year with this, and this is the third time I've done it because of this. I only do this the second time I'm done. I don't think it's the third time. But everybody good on the document? Other questions? Okay, the other one is the declaration of need for qualified educators. At the time that I started this document, we didn't need any, but as I shared with you in the board report, Ms. McCleary from 5th grade resigned, and we do need to hire that position. So that is in this document, saying that we do need that teacher. However, I'm confident from looking in EdJoin because I posted that job on Friday. Actually, should take that back. I haven't looked in EdJoin yet, but I've got emails from the people who've applied in EdJoin, so I know that we're having applications within there, so. With this one, again, just needs to be approved. It just says that we need that one teacher, and that we don't need teachers in other areas, where other schools may need those teachers specifically for their demographics. So that document, needs to be passed.
This is just to
This is just,
hire somebody.
yeah, we just tell the state this is our need at this point, so that they're aware if we come up a teacher short, that sort of thing. But that hasn't happened since we've been here, so I'm not concerned with that. Any questions?
Mention the interns on the back with is.
Yeah, so this is the interns are like the amount of student teachers that we anticipate, and so, we actually have, like I put on the back here, we actually are in conjunction with 3 universities, University of San Diego, and then, Northern Arizona University and Actually, I think I might have another one that came through. Arizona State may also, may need to add them because I got something from them too. But Western Governors University, we have a couple people that come in from them and ask to do their student teaching here. And for the size school we are, as long as we have the capacity to take them on and allow them to do what their program needs are, I welcome them with open arms. And to that, Dr. Quesada has been a really great connection at the University of San Diego for that teacher program. And I can tell you that our teachers here love the teachers that you guys send us. So that's part of this process as well.
My student teacher just paid for my teacher experience, so that's crazy. He was like, I wanna make a donation, and I was like, well, you can pay for my teacher experience for the foundation, so they donated to the foundation. $200.
Oh, wow.
I was like, that's really nice.
So how do we get the out-of-state people? Are they people from San Diego?
There are people here, I think, the people that we've experienced have been here and they're taking online courses there, or they're doing their program where they only have to be there a couple days. And so they're looking for something local. So I will ask for that document to be passed. There are a couple copies if you didn't check it out. You don't need to, but we do have to pass the comprehensive safety plan annually. This was updated just to say what people were here. Really, the only changes that we made within the document of that was took Megan McCleary's name out and put 5th grade teacher because we don't know who that person is yet. And then we just updated some dates that I think needed to be updated. But outside of that, those were the only updates. So like I said, it is meant to be updated annually. So asking for that.
What page is that on?
The name page, tons of pages, like whatever area that they're working at within the building. So like every portion has its own little plan and every teacher has a job they're supposed to be doing.
Is that the only name?
It's the only name that had to change. I think we also took out the ELA teacher. I think we took her out and didn't add back that space.
Oh, took her out completely.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then the other thing that is kind of up for discussion, I was asked to review if the February 18th board meeting that we voted on did coincide with our break. It did, so gonna ask to change that date to the 25th, which is the following week. And then it was requested that we have a July board meeting. A July board meeting was not on that original document. So if you guys want to add a July board meeting, which sounds like you guys do, I'm kind of leaving you guys with the date that you would like to set that in July, and then you guys will vote to move the 18th to the 25th, as long as that's okay, and what date you would like in July, and then I'll update that document and post it by the end of the week. Yeah.
I'm looking at the board composition, there's at least 3 of us whose term ends in June 30th.
Yeah, so Dr. Keys, I don't know if you looked, you and I had our conversation, you're on there for re-election, or to be reappointed, I mean, tonight. And then I think Daniel Wang is exiting the board. I haven't heard if what the board wants to do with that position. That lies with you guys if you want to have an election for that position or not.
We discussed in a previous board meeting that we're not.
Okay, not doing that. And then I think is she the other one? Or Mark is the other one?
I think Mark.
So Mark's renewed if I'm renewed. So he
You
is,
technically have to reappoint him, but I'm sure you're gonna.
I do have to reappoint him? I didn't know that. So,
You did last year.
Anyway, I just wasn't sure whether.
yeah, so
Again,
Mark
our terms
gets,
expired. We can't
yeah.
go back and buy and participate in both.
Which is
because
why I mentioned to you, Ms. Silver needed to like announce that she has to be. Like say, oh, I got reelected in my position.
Right.
It has to be a yearly.
Yep.
You
I
can-
just didn't know I had to reappoint. As long as I was on, I thought that stayed, but we can do that.
But you can do that in July, which is.
Yep. Yeah, no worries on that.
Okay.
So is there a July date that anybody would feel good about having?
Can we do like we always do the 3rd Wednesday of the month? Unless somebody. I guess after July.
So I'm actually gonna ask that it not happen on that date, and I do apologize. Here's why. I actually talked to Judy about this. My mom flies in on that day, and it's the first time she's ever been to San Diego since I've lived here. And she's gonna be here for 3 days, so I would love if I could have that time with her. So I do apologize. the Tuesday before the 15th, however, if you would like to do it on that day, I would definitely be all for it.
Well, it would be the 22nd, right, the third Wednesday? Or no, I'm sorry.
So I've got July
15th.
third Wednesday is the 16th.
Are you guys okay with the 15th?
Push out of the other month or not,
Can we do the 22nd
then I'm going that week,
of the 22nd
for sure.
and the week of the 15th?
I think so. I think I'm good. At the beginning of July or at the end of July. I'm just saying that's my piece of
Sure.
beginning and the end of July.
What about second week of July, like the 8th one?
Yeah, I'm free then. Yeah.
I get back from abroad on the 7th. I just don't know time wise if I will be alive.
So, yeah,
The time change.
why don't we push it to the end? It seems like everybody will be back in the country
Okay,
with it.
so the 29th,
That's a Tuesday. You good with that?
or the 28th, the 30th?
I'm out of town.
On the 30th?
I'll be gone.
What about the 29th?
Yep, I'll be gone from the 28th to the 6th.
Can you do Zoom or no? You probably don't want to, or can you, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I'm going to be getting college situated, so I can't, and I'm gonna be on the East Coast, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we did the July 8th, I'm sure I could just zoom in too, if my flights and everything are good.
July 8th is also Tuesday. If we wanted to wait till July 9th, that would be Wednesday. That would be Wednesday.
I cannot do July 9th.
Oh, never mind. This is why I brought it instead of just assigning a date. This is exactly why I brought it.
So July 8th then, does that work?
Somebody said no.
Cause that's essentially like still 4th of July week.
Yeah, I'll be.
Yeah.
I don't think we make quorum that week, even if we claimed we would want to. Realize that they were.
So the middle of the week, you can't attend, right? The
The-
14th weekend?
Only the 16th, 17th, and 18th, and if I have to attend, I can. I just would
But
much
July 15th,
prefer
Yeah, no.
to have that time with my mother.
But July 15th doesn't work?
I could do July 15th, but somebody said they couldn't. I don't remember where it came from.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Alvin. Alvin, are you able to zoom in on those things or not sure?
Zoomed in before.
That's what I'm saying. Does that,
Let's post the address.
Sure, yeah,
does that feel okay to do something like that? How does July 15th feel under that premise?
That'll be all.
That
I'll
works for
try.
me.
I mean, are you on vacation? You're okay zooming in?
I can zoom in.
You're on vacation?
No, that's like official travel then vacation.
Oh.
It's like a combination.
I was thinking of minutes and the cost of just.
Part of it, but
No, no, no.
I would just hate to ask anybody going on vacation.
Yeah.
Are you going on the 14th too?
Let's see. Yeah, so it starts for me on the Sunday, and then I get back on the 25th.
10 to 11, Thursday, Friday, Thursday, 10.
July 10th or 11th.
Like I said, I can zoom, I can make it work.
Or 11th, that's good for me.
Okay. 10th or 11th?
That works for me.
Okay, the 10th, Judy?
July 10th.
It's a Thursday. That's just generally.
You good, Bob? Have you got any conflict on any of these things?
I have so many conflicts.
Judy, are you good for the 10th or?
Should we vote to approve a date in March pending everybody's,
In July?
or in July?
Yeah, I guess you could do that. You could
Yeah.
vote to
Approve a
approve
meeting
at a meeting.
in July and we'll come back to the dates.
Yeah, I think that would work as long as that
Okay.
suffices everybody. Okay, so that's the request, is to add a July meeting and to move the February
So we're-
18th board meeting to
So,
the
okay, I thought we
25th.
alreght had a July meeting, we're adding a July meeting for this.
Correct.
Okay, I thought you were talking about
Yeah,
next year, because we were talking about the February.
No, we're talking about this upcoming one.
And just to, was that, were you good with your report?
I think so.
And just to let everybody know, the action items from last week, Mark did talk to John about our Brown Act training. He said it came at a good time because by January, everybody has to like do an official training requirement. Devin had I can't find it. Devin, you did yours. You posted the surveys
Mhm.
and the February board meeting. And confirm the date on the February board meeting, which is why we're moving it in. Okay,
And then I think you guys had asked for the list of leaving families. I
Oh,
also sent
yeah.
that to you guys. I was in the same email.
what do you know?
You asked for those things with, I think Judy and Mark on an email and I shared them with you.
Oh, I
All
never
three.
saw the list. I forgot to ask Melody. I was gonna email her. She said that she was working on it, but they were busy with other stuff, so she hadn't sent it.
Yeah, I sent it to you in that response, so I think it's an attached document to that response. If it's not.
Do you mind resending it to me or to us? So, because I might have missed it, but.
Yeah, I did see.
You did? And it was in there? You saw that document?
I don't remember what it was a response to. I remember that like said like reasons why people.
Yeah, okay, so it's there.
Yeah.
Oh, is that, and it was like 9 out of 10 military?
Almost all of them are military, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I saw that one then.
Okay, so you did get it.
Okay. All right, so. We're good. We're gonna move into consent action items.
Or do you wanna pull out the
I think we have to,
first one first and then is there anything else that needs to be pulled out? Or also though, with the minutes,
the minutes,
doesn't somebody usually bring that up as discussion or is it this Mark's not in here? Like
I think last time when we pulled
amendments
it
to the
out
minutes.
and we just, it was hard for us to keep track, so I think we just do it individually. Cause last time we were,
Oh, I see what you're saying. You just, instead of doing consent agenda. you
yeah,
just
because
repeat
no, we
everything.
do it like just, okay, so we'll start with one. Motion,
Pass.
What?
No.
Oh, you don't wanna.
no, I need.
Approved.
Okay, do I have a second? For number one, regular April board meeting minutes. Do I have a second? Okay, all in favor?
You do, yeah. It's gonna be a lot.
So all in favor
Yeah.
is,
Don't we only have to roll call if we're online?
No, I think you have to roll call all the time, but I could be wrong about this. Mark's the one that is really on top of it.
Okay, well, I know what we do, but my understanding was that the roll call was if we're having an online meeting so that we can know, like, we're here in public, but we can do.
I think you have to announce who is like, if it's like a yay, then there's like that many yays, and then if there's a nay,
yeah, I
there's, I mean,
could say like.
Yeah.
yeah, and then this many abstain. That's what I think you have to say, but
That's true.
I don't, no, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so unanimous approval, any,
I don't think Victor Quesada voted for it. Did you
No,
go for it?
I abstained because I
Yeah.
was not in attendance for the
Okay.
April.
any objections? None, abstentions, Dr. Casada. All right, so approved regular April board meeting minutes. Motion for regular May board meeting minutes.
So move.
Second,
Second.
okay, perfect, all in favor?
I,
Okay. Judy, did you vote on that one?
Oh, I approve, sorry.
Okay, unanimous for approval for regular board. May board meeting minutes, any objections? None, abstentions, none. May 2025 check register,
I move to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
So that is,
Opposed. We just read one, in favor, opposed, abstention, favor.
mhm. So I'm gonna abstain.
Okay.
Or no, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. Unanimous, any opposed, none, abstentions, none. Okay. May 2025 financial report,
I move to approve.
second,
Second.
all in favor?
Right,
Okay, so Miller, Bob, Alvin, Dr. Caseta, Judy, and Dell approved. Any opposed? None, abstentions? I'm gonna abstain from this one. May 2025 trial balance, but it's still approved. May 2025 trial balance,
Move to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
aye,
Okay, so it's Miller, Bob, Alvin, Dr. Caseta, Judy, Dell. Approved it. Any opposed? None, abstentions? I'm gonna abstain. Executive Director contract.
I move that the board approves a contract renewal for Devin Phillips as executive director principal at an annual salary of $142,000 for the salary for the 2025-2026 school year with the same health care and retirement benefits as other employees. And find that the overall compensation to be fair and reasonable based upon his current salary and those of executives of similar charter schools in the region and other nonprofit organizations.
We have a motion.
Second.
No, do we have are you motion? Second? Mr.
Bob.
Ham? Okay, all in favor?
aye,
Okay, unanimous. Any opposed? None. Any abstentions? None. Instructional minutes.
I move to approve.
Second,
Aye. Second.
I
second that.
That was classic, Dale. That was really good, actually.
all in favor? By unanimous, any opposed? None. Any abstentions? None. Okay. Declaration of need.
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, any opposed? None, abstentions, none. Reappointment of Dr. Katseda to second term.
I move to approve.
I had questions just with the. Oh, what are we doing in general about there's people moving off the board. I had this question when you raised it, but I thought it was 3 people whose terms were ending. No,
That's what we said, Dr. Quesada, Daniel Wang, and Mark's listed because of me.
so and then what are we doing then about the whole attendance issue? Like,
I think that's a board question, that one's not mine.
So, because, again,
well, I guess then Daniel is going off, but I mean,
Are you talking about the quorum issue? Is that the issue you mean by attendance?
No, I think what well, I don't mean to speak for you,
Okay,
but I
yeah.
think, for me, like, if, a person misses like consecutive meetings, over time, and then they're allowed to come back after like 3 or 4 months, like, do they still have a place to be on the board? And I know that.
They have up to this point, that again is a board decision, that's not anywhere in my privy, that's,
You understand what I'm saying, right?
No, 100%. I believe the bylaws allow you guys at any point to remove people who have not, but it takes a vote as a group to do that.
Yeah.
So that, again, I don't have any.
okay, and I also think we have to think about, we have to have a majority of elected positions too, for the bylaws.
Yeah, I agreed with that there, and I think is it 4 elected positions? I'm not really sure what the bylaws say, I think it's 4.
no majority.
It says majority,
Majority.
so,
You have it?
so we. So elected is me, Judy, Bob, Christine, Miller is elected.
Is Christine still on the call?
Mm-hmm. She's the treasurer.
Mhm.
Sorry.
So I got to evolve this conversation back to where, well, I would like it to go. I am asking that Dr. Quesada be, approved for, reappointment. He, brings a different view of education to the board, which I think is very important. He also, has made some really great connections, in my opinion, for our school with, the field experiences here. And every time I bring up his name there, he's a really big deal, and they are really willing to work with me on every account. So it's been real positive for our school to have him on our board. So for those reasons, I do ask that he's reappointed. I do understand the dynamics that are being discussed, but he was brought in as a like a professional educator to be on the board, and he came on before I did. I think he actually was at the same meeting that I got hired at, he was appointed at. So this is a partial request from me as well.
Yeah.
Were you appointed? I thought I heard you were elected. You were appointed?
He
I
was
thought you were elected.
appointed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No.
And my concern is, per our bylaws, we have to have majority elected, so I just want to make sure that we're not violating our bylaws.
It is one of the reasons I thought that the Daniel Wing position was going to be elected at some point, but I don't.
No, we discussed that in another meeting, that we weren't going to have, I don't know, do we vote? I don't.
I just had a question. I didn't know, if you wanted to stay on the board, maybe you can talk to everyone and say what your feelings are, cause I know, things happen this year. And then, so just, I was your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to continue to set forward, besides to like, I am a busy man, I just got a text
I
that,
know,
I
you're
was
busy.
just elected to a state board, California Association for Medical Education, that has about 10,000 members, so.
Congratulations.
All the more reasons to have a guy like that on board.
I'm the newest, member for CABE, which is a wonderful organization in California. But yeah, I mean, I'm willing to, but if a time comes that, I just can't because of this or other duties, I sit on the national accreditation, that accredits all the teacher preparation programs and others in the nation and also in California, so. So I am busy, consider I'm not, and I do have like grandpa duties usually at.
I know, when you gotta be home for dinner. and stuff like that.
Got it, 6 to 9 or something. But yeah, I mean, but if I feel that I can't contribute or time wise, that I just can't, then, I mean, I would resign, I would just. I would commit, and I do agree that I think in most boards, there is usually a clause, like if you miss, 3 consecutive meetings, you're pretty much out. Obviously, in my case, I had the sabbatical leave 4 years, so that did take me out completely out of the participation in any activity.
And just to follow that up, I did have a conversation with Dr. Quesada before we put this on there. This wasn't, this didn't come from me. This was a conversation that, he did indicate he wanted to come back. So that's when I shared it with Miriam, so.
Yeah, but if you did leave, would you still offer your support to?
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that, yeah.
Bill,
Cause we appreciate that, yeah.
because I mean, I've thought about it more, I think when, we haven't used our own facilities to the advantage of the school. Like, you should have your professional development days at USD.
Yeah, guys, we should do that now that I know that's an option.
Different things.
So we haven't been utilizing your.
Yeah, well, the research in terms of facilities,
Oh, I see.
in terms of facilities, expertise, yeah.
I don't know if we can afford the rental at the USD facility.
Well, it's gonna be free.
No, that's.
That's what I'm saying. I think
You like that?
that USD can provide, because we participate in certain things, we're able to bring in, professional development. Of our own faculty or the use of facilities where it's,
I know we use it for so.
the reserves are real bright sentences.
Yeah,
Things like that. But yeah, no, I would, if I felt that I couldn't do my job, I would not.
Okay.
Do we have a second for the motion?
Did we have a motion?
Term they put it in, what's the term?
It's a 3-year term.
Per year, that's a big commitment.
Yeah, I think it's a 3-year, and I believe I would not be able to.
You couldn't do another one
I
after
couldn't
that.
do another, you have to have like another year's leave.
You have to one a 1-year gap. You can't serve more than 2 years with a 1-year gap.
So this would be my, yeah.
That's the only reason why I asked the question.
I guess my concern, and maybe even less so with you, but and then wanting to be consistent, is that we have people don't necessarily come. Not just you, and I don't know, there hasn't been a discussion on what we're doing about that, I guess.
Well, let's
I mean,
take
it
care of this
usually-
right now.
I think-
But I mean, I guess on a consistency base, I just sort of, if we've got two people in the same boat, maybe we need to table it till we decide what we're doing overall. Cause I hate to treat one person one way and another person another way. If,
Is Christina up for a reelection right now?
No.
That's what I'm not understanding.
Really?
yeah, but I mean, I don't.
That's
know.
not part of this action.
Okay, I mean, I guess in my mind, it
Okay,
is.
so
But
I
that's all.
move
I
to
think she just-
reappoint. Is there a second?
We don't have.
Well, we're discussing it now,
We did.
no, we're still discussing,
Right?
and then, yeah.
If she's discussing something, then
Well, no, I'm saying is that I'm just concerned that we've had the absence situation, but
She's looking for consistency.
in how we're gonna treat that, so I don't know.
Do we wanna add a clause that if you miss 3 in a row?
Although
The
that's.
bylaw thing, you guys gotta.
I mean, I don't know, maybe we wanna table it and.
The only thing is, if you table reappointing Dr. Quesada, then he's not a member of the next board meeting. And so, like, that part doesn't make sense, but again, that's up to you
But we
guys.
reappointed Zach. And he was gone and then back. So we can reappoint him.
Correct, I'm not saying that you can't. And the one with Zach, he had termed out and was, needed to be brought back in. And he only did that for 6 months. That's a different scenario than what we're talking
Well,
about.
cause the board voted for him to.
Remain as
extend,
president.
Yeah.
I also think we knew that he was on a sabbatical, so when he was absent, like we knew he was gonna be absent. When other people are absent, I don't even know what they're doing or
I don't-
why they're not here.
We didn't realize Dr. Casado was on sabbatical until he reached out to me and. Remember, we had that conversation where he thought he told you and you were gonna connect him with the IT guy, but the Zoom never worked out, so we weren't aware of the sabbatical situation until a couple months ago.
But that's where he was.
I just try to. Have consistency on what we're doing, but we haven't, I mean, we didn't agendize anyone else or anything else, so.
Well, nobody else would be coming up for reappointment, just FYI, that's the reason for that. Like,
So that's why I said, I thought it was 3 people, I don't know where, and then I
Well,
thought
it
they
is-
were elected. so-
again, it is, Judy, again, it is 3 people though. It's himself, it's Daniel Wang, who's going off the board,
Mm,
and it's Mark who's listed under mine, so it is 3 people.
okay.
Dr. Quesada is the only one that
So
would
we
be up
have to
for,
reappoint Mark then too,
you guys don't, I do,
Yeah.
he's my appointment.
okay, but okay, but he is going to be the,
He-
but that.
You know I had to
No,
reappoint him,
not
that's-
that, not
Voted
we.
on.
Right,
He needs to be reappointed.
I guess, I didn't know that, I thought he just stayed there as long as I had him
Yeah.
in there, but I can do
So
that.
it says that he needs to be reappointed yearly, Ms. Miller needs to be reelected yearly, which is one we put,
Yeah.
yeah. But Mark does not have to, it's not a vote for Mark.
Correct.
Right, it's just, I think, it's just a formality, you
Yeah.
know, while we're.
Yep, I'll make sure it's at the next
Yeah.
board meeting.
Is his reappointment also voted by the board?
No.
No, so it's actually my board seat, so like,
Oh,
it's actually like. I technically have a spot on the board, the problem is, I can't email you guys with all of you at the same time
Right.
with mass information, cause if I'm on the board, so. There's a clause within the, I believe bylaws, I'm not sure which one of the things that allows me to appoint somebody, so I did that, so that way there was a representative.
Cause, our
Now, how does
council,
the treasurer, isn't he treasurer?
No, Christine is treasurer,
I'm sorry, the parliamentary
he's secretary.
secretary.
Yeah.
So is that the position that you appoint a secretary?
No, I just appoint the board position. You guys elect who is the officials
We
on it.
voted for him to be secretary. All the officer
Yeah,
positions were
but-
voted on.
okay.
Yeah,
I thought maybe that was also
no,
separate.
his board,
It's an appointment secretary.
no, his board seat is an appointment not to be voted on by Devin. Officer positions are a board vote.
And you can decide to appoint him or not appoint him.
Yeah, I could, or I could appoint somebody else.
You can appoint Dr. Caseta.
I could appoint Dr. Caseta. Thanks for putting me between a rock and a hard place on that one.
Take your pick.
Yeah, that's what I mean, thanks.
Or should I say board, take your pick?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess that's where my concern lies, I guess, it's just. Cause usually when people don't show, it's the people who are cycling on, like that, I've noticed that since I've been watching these over the years. The last few months of people's term, they disappear, so. So I don't wanna, I just want consistency and clarity, on why we're making a decision. Prefer to have more information.
Well, I second the motion, so,
To table it,
to vote on it. I'd like to appoint him tonight.
so we have a second. So we're voting. So for reappointment of Dr. Caseta to second term, Mr. Ham, motion, Ms. Miller, second. All in favor? We have Miller and Mr. Ham. Any opposed?
I'm opposed, but again, I would prefer to table it, like, that, I feel like I'm being forced into a vote that I would prefer to table, but.
And I'm gonna be opposed just for the commitment part of it and the concern of the bylaws.
I'm gonna abstain, that's, I think we can table it, but.
Okay. So an abstentions is 2, so we are locked. So do we table it?
I don't actually know the answer to that. I guess it comes back on next month's thing. I don't really know. I've never seen a 2-2-2 vote, so I'm not really sure what that equates, to be honest.
Well, and then we can have a little more information.
Sure. What more information would you like, Judy? That way we can, we'll get it from Dr. Quesada or I can provide
Well,
it.
no, I mean, like I said, I don't have anything, personally, I think the relationship is good, and I think it's a good idea. It's just, what are we doing as far as the attendance requirement on the board?
I hear that, but if you guys want to make that an agenda item next month, separate. Right, that you're more than welcome to do that. You guys have all the ability to change those things. I think you're on the policy committee, so you could easily create. What that looks like and bring it to the board for a vote, but I do think those are separate issues, right? Like, as far as. For tabling purposes, those are separate issues. So if you want to have 2 different agenda items on the board for next month, but I do feel like his needs to be back on there. Under the premise that it was 2, and there's 3 people technically not here, but.
Who's 3 not here?
Wayne, Christine and Mark.
Oh,
I said technically.
The attendance issue.
So Dr. Scott, I'm gonna, we'll be in touch.
we're gonna schedule, we'll add it to the July.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, February 25th. Okay, wait a minute. February 25th, 2006 and July 2005. We're gonna have to break this up.
No, that's what, it can be one.
Okay, we are voting to move the date of the February board meeting and add a date pending to the July board meeting.
Great.
Okay, all in favor?
Well, first you have a
We-
motion.
we motion.
Bob didn't motion for the first time, so everybody froze.
I moved to approve.
Second? Second, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous, any abstention, any opposed, none, abstentions, none, passed. 2025-26 comprehensive safety plan,
I moved to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
unanimous, any opposed, none, abstentions, none. FY 2025-26 budget,
I move to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
So that all in favor is Miller, Bob, Alvin, Caseta, Judy, Dell. Any opposed, none, abstentions, me, Miriam. 2025-26 budget on district template,
I move to approve.
all in,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So approved is Miller, Bob, Alvin, Caseta, and Judy, Miriam, any opposed? None, abstentions, done. 24-25 and 25-26 EPA.
I move to approve.
Second. Now, one in favor,
Is there still Nat is been attacking me all night?
No, I know.
it's been over here too. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Not me voting.
That's what I thought you were seconding something earlier. I was like.
Alright, are we voting or what?
Okay. Can you remind what the EPA thing is?
This.
Oh, the education protection.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Judy, did you vote?
Oh, yes, I
Okay.
did. Aye.
Unanimous, any opposed, none, abstentions, none. 25-26 Hannah,
Move to approve.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
In favor is Miller, Bob, Alvin, Caseta, Judy, any opposed? None, abstentions? Aye. Bill, did you vote?
Yes, I second. Didn't I second?
Yes, okay. You voted in favor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
I'm trying.
and that's it, we're done. Okay, let's hop into the next. I really need to,
You just gotta announce it.
all right, hop into close. I really. We are adjourning the meeting. It is 10:30 PM. Thank you. Oh, nothing to report.